together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear the call, to participate. To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. Come choose, cast and celebrate. Vote for sure. Nothing like together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure.
It's all of us or none of us. Everybody please get inside the bus. Reasons to believe we can do.
Good morning, Meghalaya. It is indeed a red letter day for the state of Meghalaya. A day when we elect the government for the next 5 years. And this is going to be the 11th Legislative Assembly, and we elect them to take our state forward for a term of 5 years. And so it's really upon you to make it for Meghalaya or stagnate. If you think, what is my one vote going to be of any difference? Don't forget that poem that we learnt in school, in early school. Little drops of water, little grains of sand make the mighty ocean and the lovely land, something to that effect. And your responsibility really is not just voting today. It doesn't end at voting today. Your responsibility continues for the next 5 years in making your local MLA accountable. That is your responsibility. It's a continuous process of guiding your local MLA in taking your locality forward and taking the state forward. And it's really a lovely day, and we've seen huge queues. And with me, I have Duffy Bahun Lingdo. And Duffy, to go to you, have you voted already?
Yes, I have voted indeed, and I think that was about maybe 2 hours back that I voted. And like
What was the scene there?
the scene was, I mean, the turnout was really good. You know, like you have mentioned, the turnout was really good, and I think the facilities that we have this time around is also really good. I could see polling officers, polling volunteers, right off the gates, guiding people, guiding people in. And as you've mentioned, that this is indeed a very, it is a historic day, because we are in the makings of our 11th legislative assemblies, and we as a people and as a state have come a very long way since 1972. So we would definitely again urge those voters, especially the first time voters, to please come out and vote, because you may think that your vote does not matter, but when you think about it, I mean, a single push of a button or a single press of a button will decide our fate for the next 5 years.
Exactly.
Right? So therefore, that responsibility is definitely there. It's up to you and I to sustain democracy as it is. So another thing I think that we have observed here at this polling station, we're at St. Joseph's Convent, by the way, and the queues here have been lined up, I think, since 7 a.m. in the morning.
In fact, before 7.
In fact, even before 7,
Yeah.
right?
They
Because
were
the
all
5,
here.
yes, the 5 first voters were already, they were already selected. And also another thing that I think both of us have observed is that the queues, when you look at the queues on, the women's side, I think the queue is much longer than that of the men. So
Right.
it brings us back to the fact that we all know that women voters or women in Meghalaya do outnumber the male
Men,
voters or the
yes,
men.
that's true.
So I think that is another interesting thing that.
True. But in the morning when at 7 o'clock I was here, the number of men waiting in queue were more
Yes.
than the women.
Than the
But
women.
now it is kind of the women outnumbering in the queue than the men.
Yes.
But it's really a lovely day to come out and vote. It is
Yes.
warm, but it is not hot.
Hot, yes.
Yeah. And yeah, we have been receiving lots of beautiful pictures from all over the state, and there are lots of personnel. Even though on camera, people, you can just see the two of us, there's a whole host of experts behind the scene working to make this happen. And we have people, all over Meghalaya who are sending feeds, sending pictures, and we will be sharing them with you. And the general picture that we are getting, the general impression that we are getting, is that people are out in large numbers to vote. So those of you who are still watching us from home and like on the fence, or even on the wrong side of the fence, this is the time to decide to cross the fence, come out and vote. Your vote matters, believe me, it does. And when you vote, you will have that right to even question your local MLA or the government, because you were responsible enough to come out and vote. If you do not participate in the democratic process, then what right do you have to question the democratic process after all? And talking of why we are here, what we are doing here, see, Meghalaya historically has seen large turnouts. In the last elections, 2018, we had 87.7% turnout. That's really good in comparison to some of the turnouts we've seen in the rest of the country. Now the target this time is to reach and cross 90%. And the efforts that have been taken by the CEO to achieve this target are really remarkable. Lots and lots of things have been done to reach the first-time voters. We have 80,000 plus first-time voters. And we have those voters who are kind of disenchanted by the whole process, convincing them to come over and vote. A lot of efforts have been taken. Help has been taken of music. Help has been taken of traditional systems in the state. And colleges have been approached because that's where the first-time voters are. Different kinds of programs have been organized. And we will share pictures and videos of all of this with you, and just to enthuse you and also to inform you about the different activities that have been going on to come up to this day, so-called the D-Day, the voting. Of course, for the people contesting, D-Day isn't today. D-Day would be 2nd of March,
Yes, exactly.
right?
Yes.
So what are those efforts that have been taken this year for the elections that really stood out for you?
I think for me it's first of all maybe the use of music, I think, that we see this time around.
Right.
There are many political parties, I think, that have used music in order to enthuse citizens, and also especially the young first-time voters.
Even the CEO has used music
Even the
to
CEO,
convince
yes, exactly.
people to come out and vote.
Yes, yes,
Right.
yes. So it's not just political parties, like I said, but it is also even the CEO who has taken that leap forward. I think
Right.
that big leap forward in
And
as
would you mention the two groups the CEO has identified?
yes,
to
yes.
represent?
One is definitely Somersault. I
Right.
think we know the IT band, so to say, of Shillong, and then we also have another one, visually impaired band, which is also the
Light
first
After
of its
Dark.
kind. I think
Yeah.
it's Light After Dark.
Yeah.
So I think these initiatives, when you talk about music, as we know that music is in the heart of Meghalaya, and I feel that people connect more through music. So that way, that to me stood out this time. That
Absolutely. And I like the video of Somersault, where they kind
Yes.
of ride the bus ride the bus of democracy, so to speak.
Exactly.
You know,
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
urging everyone to get into that bus of democracy
Exactly.
and join.
So that captures the whole, essence of,
True.
the election campaigns that are going on. And I think like you have said earlier also, that the video was really well planned, really well thought of, and I think it really captures the,
Yeah, even the lyrics. I'm sure we're going to listen to it,
Yes,
and we will certainly have an opportunity to talk to Kitkupar Shangkliang,
Yes.
who heads
Somersault.
and have his direct inputs on this music video. So that will be all coming in a while, but for the moment, let's move on and show you some of the pictures that have been coming from the different polling stations from all over the state. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a short while. Continue conversation if they want to. So, where is your village?
My village, Nong Talang, basically. My mom,
okay.
my mom's
Yeah.
from there. So my dad is from Sora,
Okay.
Cherrapunji, yes, main Sora.
And this time, you know what? This was interesting to me. There are 12 district headquarters. So there are 12 counting centers in the district headquarters. Plus one, the 13th one is in Sora.
Okay.
So Sora is getting a special kind of a status.
Yes, yes,
you
yes,
know?
yes. This time
So I believe it is heading for a different district.
district. Yes, I think
Yeah,
that
and
has
it's
been
high time.
that has been quite the
Yeah.
fight, I think, for the last couple of years.
mm.
People have been talking
Yeah.
about that.
It would make sense also. Yeah. So.
So right now they're running the visuals.
I
is it
hope
so?
they are. Yeah, and I hope they can listen to what we are saying over there. And just now? Okay. Okay, yeah, start.
Okay. So we're here right now with Mr. Daniel Aim, right, who's also a noted fashion designer from Shillong. I think everybody knows him. So despite the hectic schedule, you were able to, show up today quite early also to cast your vote. So how do you feel, like, after?
See, I think it's very important, that we do this, and obviously I would, make it a point to be here and cast my vote, because I think it's, as a responsible citizen, I think that's what we need to do, for democracy. And so it's also nice to be here and to see that there's quite a good turnout, to see that to see people actually standing up in line. It's a beautiful morning, the sun is out, and so I think there's a glimmer of hope that there's that we're here because we want a better future, all of us. So
That's right. That's very hopeful and very positive. And as far as the government's efforts are concerned, what were efforts have you seen this time which were much more than any other previous years?
one thing for sure I would say is, as an entrepreneur on the stage, with the government, I would say the present government or the
No, it's actually the CEO who organizes all of this. So,
Yeah, yeah.
so what efforts have been, do you see from the CEO's side that
I think
is
there's
much
been-
better than the
I think if you're talking about change, right? Or
the arrangements for the election process?
oh, the arrangement. Yeah, I think there's a lot of. I see a few changes from the last time I was here. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of also focus on social media.
Yes.
I think social media
Taking
plays
advantage of it.
taking advantage of it, because social media is such a big platform right now for anybody. So I think I see some like a photo booth, for example,
Right.
with the slogans and all that. So I think that's something which we didn't see last time. So
Exactly.
yeah.
And otherwise also, isn't this place done up much better than the last time?
Yes, I mean, it seems more organized.
A kind of festive.
Yeah,
Feel to
it's
it.
nice.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bright colors around, so
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like I said, it's a beautiful morning and all these colors around, so it's more conducive for people to be here. So
Give us one message for those people, youth or otherwise, who are on the fence whether, what will my one vote make any difference? What do you have to tell them? Just enthuse them to come out and vote.
I think like any single drop of water, that can add to the ocean or to the sea or anything. I think
Right.
a single vote can make that difference. So
Absolutely.
I think we need to know that that single vote holds a power for all of us, for change. So, and I think that should be taken seriously, and even like really considering who you're going to vote and putting that thought into action.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much for speaking to us.
All right.
And I'm sure at least the people in the locality and entire Meghalaya, because you are an icon, people know you very well. So your words will carry a lot of weight. Thank you so much
Definitely.
for participating.
Thank you.
So there you are. That's Daniel Aim, the well-known designer, enthusing people to come out and vote, and he's already just voted. So let's continue with those videos and those pictures that we were showing you, and we will very shortly come up with another interview of another very well-known person from the music field this time. And maybe you would want to know his name, but I'm not going to tell you just now. So let it be a
have to
little bit of
wait.
a suspense. Yeah, and he's really famous, and I love his music. Absolutely love his music, and not only his music, his stage performances. I've always loved his stage performances. He has a wonderful stage presence. So you keep wondering who I'm talking about, because we're going to have him here very soon. In the meanwhile, watch these pictures and videos. We'll be back.
As citizens, we come together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear the call to participate. To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. Come choose, cast and celebrate. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for
really the kind of efforts that have been taken are, we have different kinds of booths. We have the green booths, we have the pink booths. We have a booth in Peninsula that is being managed completely by PWDs.
It's Masal, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we have some very interesting booths, or rather polling stations, which have as low as 35 and 34 voters, and
yes,
for
exactly.
for whom an entire team has been put up just to go there.
Dispatched,
And this particular one that I'm talking about with 35 voters, it is not accessible by road. One has
By
to
road,
take
no,
a
no,
boat
no.
and go
Kam-
there.
Kamsing police-
Kamsing,
Kamsing
exactly.
police.
It's in the border areas. Yeah. And the polling station with the highest number of votes is in Garo Hills, some 1,300 plus voters. So it's really a wide mixture of situations that has been had to cater to, and the election commission, the CEO Meghalaya, really has excelled in making all these arrangements and make it so smooth. The different parties, polling parties moving out, the conveyance, the training before that, the number of sessions of training that has gone on before that, all that put together, beautifully done.
Sorry, do we have updates yet?
If we have, we can.
What kind of deals we have?
I don't have any updates as yet.
Okay. 59 constituencies.
Yeah, those things I can go ahead and say. Yeah. I'm doing it. Yeah.
Next we will do stats. We'll do stats next. Because my heading is not coming. I mean,
Oh, he's not.
Now are visuals from different parts of the city and the state where polling is continuing, and you can see large turnouts everywhere, the enthusiasm. And usually the trend is that around this time the queues become a little smaller. They will pick up in the afternoon again post lunch. But early in the morning the queues were huge, right? I mean, everyone wanted to just finish it off early and have the entire day free. So depending on which time of the day the pictures were taken, you would you would see either long queues or slightly shorter queues. But this is still the beginning of the day. So we pay you would watch a video in a short while, and you can see more of what is going around in Meghalaya on polling day.
Nga kum ganong iwe na kinong buat ngadap la kajing sup kamian na kabakraw hakabang ayo kabang nganwan kami ka step ka bamta hakabangin jit kinong mikmat ibanlong kinong yalam ya kari bat kajat benreu kajongi
ka sibut ke jongi kalang bukan kam hidup kata kepala ban penjob ni kon penrem yang kertong bangi jit mentah te nama kata kadau ngi ban pe ban kmi ba so min ai ka bot ke jongi yo breu bangi ni la ban sania breu bangi ni la ban ni long sia breu bala ban thao ki an ban ya kren na pa assembly no ta ba kamyak song ka thao ka dong ka than jong ka konstitusi no ston hi var ko we
together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear the call, to participate. To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. Come, choose, cast, and celebrate. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Oh, vote It's your right, your time has come. Get it done and stamp your choice. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow.
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago, to walk the line and vote for sure. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow.
My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorong, majinsin syarkan plong, banshim bentah bantai, kisok babhakin say, jing mi na rempei ban perkan pa, nyin jit yaga jing yem bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose.
Okay. Here we have with us a first-time voter. Please tell us your name.
My name is
Lisa. Wonderful. And Lisa, so you voted for the first time. How does it feel?
It feels great.
That's lovely. And so must be you must have been discussing this with your friends. Hey, you voting, and
A lot.
right,
We have been had a discussion for like a long time
right,
before this election.
wonderful. And so, well, you must be in college now.
Yes.
First semester,
Second.
second semester. Wonderful. So, in your college, were some activities there organized by the Chief Election Office?
No, I
Chi-
don't think so.
Okay, maybe not in your college. In some colleges, there were events.
Oh, they were.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe.
Hold it up a little closer. Yeah. Okay. So you want to ask something?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will ask you in Khasi. Are you comfortable? Khasi, since you're
Yeah.
Khasi as well. So, kadi kasi no kapaning kong bupi ong bupi wan ban vote. Dia pidi ta iwe naki prapui hajar sau pelain vote taki first time voters ko bagi ong ma. Dia pisong no pila ong mentan you feel excited. Pisong tenat bapila wan ban vote. Dia pidon ka khubor you pada bapin ai let's say gitu ki bade first time voters ko mo pi. Bapin bikin wan ban vote lani ki don pedeng jum kiru ki ba hadu menta kim patla ban decide lani kim patla ban sim takarai ngin wan ne ngin wan ne ki don pedeng jum kili ki pala perkhat lupa ba don jum toy pingin ban vote ngin ki don kubor yu ban ai ki
Just be confident, belong confident about if you would about if you have banted hina ka banta jang fi kalau jang fi for 5 years ahead because ya bantet bahaya.
oh
You have to go around fi bantet peleng-peleng fi buat ban penia age pangkani.
kita kalong ko pasol tenan namar ba ki don ru kum kini ki ngan ong bita ki khna samla ki ba perkhat ru nam ta kalawi jung ki yong nam ta kata sans nem ka bahadian ni pit ni haban perkhat lupa menta te kata gede ko khubor ka ba ikwa ban ai ki to ki let's see ki khna samla ki bampat la ban shime kata karai ban wan vote ne ban wan vote te ka message ka ba la ne kata khubor ba ki kwa ban ai gede ba pidei ban wan vote ko bleshi buat bisa
Thank you. So tell us your name. You're a first-time voter?
Yeah, my name is Zach, and this is my first time voting.
Wonderful, Zach. So how did it feel?
Well, it's experience, what you say.
And show your finger.
Yeah.
Ah, lovely. That's it. and surely you must have been talking about this with your friends?
Yeah, we've been discussing it a lot. So most of my friends decided to vote to different parties and all stuff. But I didn't get too involved in this, but I came
To vote. That's more important,
Yeah.
right? And what do you notice? How did you get involved, or how did the information reach you about voting, and how has the CEO's office, the Chief Electoral Officer's office, kind of made it more easy for you first-time voters?
Well, I like to say that through social media first, since I follow most of the news channels and all, so kind of got more information from those type of way mostly, and through I live the UDP office is in front of my home. I can see them arrange meetings most of the times and stuff. So yeah.
Right. Social media has been a big influencer. That's what you
Yeah.
want to say. Yeah, that's good. Right. So you want to ask something?
Yeah. So are you comfortable in Khasi?
Yeah.
Khasi? Biang Khasi? Okay. Di fila ong baga social media kadi kata ka we kalat ka fila tip fila bentit khambha shu shapang kini ki especially kata ka the chief election office basically, right? Dia pisong no long haba pila one ban vote kani kadi kasin ka baning kong jumpi di pisong kum.
So kung nakumba ngala ong shuai, it's a kadi experience sih. Ba kung ngiru bala kham hek la de ban jet kita nong mi khamat te. Long important mar borok iwe ngini ban vote ban mi ban represent ban develop ini ka state jong
kata kalong ko besong tunat tinang tadi kani karai jong pi pin wan shane ban vote kadi na pi hi ne ka wan na pi hi ne don ne yeng ki ba ong pi pi ban vote
ngalak ko awan ni namang Malaysia Sabaram yang awan kenang ban vote
pi wan kenang ban vote te kata kalong besong tunat bengi don ko mini kena samlai ba wan kenang na sabar na jing puli jong pi I guess pi puli sabar ban wan kenang na sabar na jing puli jong i tang ban wan ban te vote i so to e kata jing so to e kata value social media kamu tu
mostly Instagram WhatsApp ni pun ki status ki beri ki bu
dia pidon kanu ka ta ka message lane kanu ka khubor ka pi ko apan ai pde ye ki pergi first time voters kamu pi
ya squab nong like ka shong be happy it's not anyone's decision amar everyone plays a part important part in this amar mong ba ni jet ya ki nong mi khmat jang state there you have to be careful aware just trust the media too in the depth
kade okay kublishi bon
thank you
thank you
Thank you. Thank you.
My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, majinsin syarkan plung, banshim bentah bantai, kisok babhakin say, jing mi na rempei ban perkan pa, nyin jit yaga jing em bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see.
Te nga kum ganong iwe na kinong tebut te ngadap ka kajing sup kamian na ka bakraw hakabang ayo kabang nganwan hakane ka step ka bamta hakabangin jit kinong mikmat ibanlong kinong yalam ya kari bat kajat banreu ka jongi
ka sibut ke jongi kalang budan kam hidup kata kabala ban penjob ni kon penrem yang kertong bangi ijit mentah pe nama kata kadang ya ban pe ban kmi ba so min ai ka bot ke jongi yo breu pangi ni la ban sania breu pangi ni la ban yi long sia breu bala ban thao ki an man ya kren na pa assembly no tak ba kamyak song ka thao ka dong ka thain song ka constituency no stoin i var ko we
As citizens, we come together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear the call to participate. To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. Come choose, cast and celebrate. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like vote. the time has come. Turn up the volume of your only voice. Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Get it done and stamp your choice. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure.
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago, to walk the line and vote for sure.
Vote
Ti kalau ko pasuntanat bengidon hapadeng jungi menta iba GL Khongshay iba di assistant secretary sunjuk kinong senchar shnong bri nyutrem but iba di rui assistant secretary jongka JL Light Dom ti kubli shibon ba fidon hapadeng jungi menta ti kidon kat tu kali kijing kali kibengi kwa ban kali na iba kowe kade iba PUE jing pair ayu hapadeng ke election long kebeladep kata kadi hawar hajar khat pra bat kani ke election ke bamenta kum kata na
Kubli shibon kong kaya kini ka jingkeli ke jongpi ini compare ki snam ki baladam batang ho hajar khat pra kani election ar hajar apply kan pair ba di ngimtip ban hawa hajar khat pra pin kain ru ba 17 not hi jese hakini ki bahab hakini ki urban area ka low bha ye kani ka percentage ka poi kumba 66% tingi khmi lenti ba nega election menta je 2023 na thai kan increase kan poi 80 to 85%.
Ti ko philai I menta ngathrai nadu menem step hi ngathrai philai I ba ka jingyen lan ju gibrio kala long ka ba buan te ngathrai tang na ko ba phipet ko komlong ru ngathrai phila hi ban anpat ba le se ha kani ka kenti ko ba menta kinang bun kita ki munchu ong no ki nong wan thep bot ni pa
Pi ngi su thu ba naka election naka chief election commission jongka state ke jongi ba Frederick Kharngor I la pelong ye kani ka awareness program hangthi hajau siap alan pelan haka khatsau trik jong fam kade atat ka Valentine's Day haka ba la khot ya baro ki dorbar snong kirang ba snong ba di baro ki sengathai ki seng samla khnang ba uni kani election ar hajar afulai ba kan kiu kanom long kum balong ar hajar kharpra tikat kum bangi pe himenta iman ngia compare 2018 ngathai kum balong himenta ngalai I ngaya sa Tisha polling station kum tungi imat kan kiu kan poi kum ba 80 to 85
tekmut kadon hi kata ka jinge phek ti nang tade ba phila ong ru ba kalodon kata ka jing nakaliang jong CEO la bu ru ya kata ka rinsan ha ka ban khot hi taki nong mi khmat jong ka snong ban kren ban kentu yi ki brio bikin wan ban thap ka bu ti nakaliang jong ki nong mi khmat jong ka snong phila ban batai khindiat chepang kita ki le si kita ki jingelang ba pidon lane khna ban kentu ya ki khamtam e nam taki khna samla jongi ki bade kita ki first time voters bikin wan ban vote
Pi haka dorbasyong je lai dom hi ngi ju penya ya ka public meeting da ka dorbasyong penya di rangba snong bat haka sngi ka ba kod artat ka ba tu nong kundu candidate adin bolap penwai ngi ka dorbasyong ngi kentu ya boro ki nong song snong ba pinmi na la yeng na la sem ba pinle thep ya ka bot ka jongpi namar ka bot ka jongpi ka long ka ba kodor hadu kata balada uno bom le thap itu kabut ke jongpi dan hok pan kan tho yanori no
kata kata ba ko bi ong phi te ka long ru ka ba so tanat ba philap like pod bu phinwan handi bani kran bani menta ti ko malong iba ba nakaliang jong ka snong hi lene nakaliang jong nong mi khmat hi kelai le kat ka ba kila khang ban kuntu yi ki khna samla jongi bikin wan chakmat ban bun te ngi kerman ye ke ek ba ba kan ke election ru kanyat bet nang ba ngin yo ek ta u ngin yo kita kinong mi khmat jungi ki babiang ni ko blish bon ba
blish bon
kami hak jari hak mah tapi buat dan mana tahu semadap ya semadap ikan mah
Ini kedai kesin menikah mengawas buat mata. Asmo kemen ngadas semua kemen nomor bang ngada jit hok di unong mek kemat bang ngada imon.
Jana. Buat usahakan baik ke di nong Meghalaya orang baik di wan dulu nah Meghalaya sah.
Thì thì vấn đề gì sao về dừng dọn lật từ vốn công an hay cái này cái
Bên có hiệu quan master ini hiệu vật thật là công nhân gini pas yang bisa
okay.
Một ngam ada tip một ngam India mah as we have the right to vote mah một này the first time you thap vote nhau một man excited thì tang wa man kong wa memory ong hadu kate ne ba kam de jo yo man chwa le de jo yo thap vote ke tang wa thap một handai tang wa thap saga taga we ima as Indian một emi ke taga right for UJD one mau money we chat force mau money we chat ban be one as ki khana ki wa tang first time I thap vote một emi ke taga hop thap bi he one ko ai
My life's worth fighting for. I find that I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorong, majinsin syarkan plong, banshim bentah bantai, kisok babakin say, jinmi na benpay ban berkat ha, nyenjit ya kajing yang bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the
your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago, to walk the line and vote for sure. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow.
Vote for sure.
Mana jauh pun dalam kami hak jari hak mah tapi buat dan mana tahu dah semadap ya semadap ikan mah.
Kani kadai kasih menikah mengawas buat mata. Asmo kemen ngadas semua kemen nomor bang kada jit hok yo nong mek mat bang kada imol.
Buat usahakan baik ke di nong Meghalaya orang baik di wan Luna Meghalaya sana.
Tapi kan dia juga siapa jeng jauh lat tu vote kongot hari ni kita.
Men kalau yo wan master ini yo hot kata kong dan begini pas jam ni sana.
Okay.
Nama tip ama India mah as we have the right to vote mah. Ni the first time you have vote. Senyawa man excited di tangwa. Nangkong wa memory ong haduk ate ne ba kamu di jo yo menchwa le di jo yo thabu ke tangwa thabe mot handai tangwa thap saga taga we ima as Indian mot emi taga right ko imjd 1A1 mau mani ucha force mau mani ucha ban be 1A1 as ki khana gi wa tang first time yo thap vote mot emi taga hop ko thabi hewan wan ko ai.
Nga kum ganong iwe na kinong tep buat te ngadap ka kajing sup kamian na ka bakraw hakabang ayo kabang nganwan hakan ka step ka bamta hakabangin jit kinong mikmat ibanlong kinong yalam ya kari bat kajak banrew ka jongi.
kasibut ke jongi kalang beran kam hidup kata kepala wan penjob ni kon penrem yang kertong bangi hijit mentah pe nama kata kadang ya ban pe ban kemi bah so min ai kebut ke jongi yo breu pengi ni la ban sanya breu pengi la ban yi long sia breu bala ban thao ki an man ya kren na pa assembly no tak bah kamyak jong ka thao ka dong ka than jong ka konstitusi no stoin Ivar kowe.
My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorong, majinsin syarkan plong, banshim benta bantai, kisok babhakin say, jing ni na rempei ban perkan pa, nyin jit ya ka jing em bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see.
together to write our hope, to dream our dreams.
Welcome, Konkantu. And surely you must have voted many times before this.
Yes, sir.
And so, how do you see this time as different from all the other times?
Okay, it's a very interesting question, sir. Talking from experience, sir, I've been one of the officers in the election prior to this. This time I didn't get. Maybe I'm fortunate enough with all the hustle bustles and all those things. So I'm very fortunate to be here back to vote again this time, and seeing with all the advancement this time. I really appreciate with the election commission and perhaps with a collective work with the state too, sir. So talking from my perspective as a woman, I'm very proud to be a woman, and more importantly, seeing that women participating this year, it's quite high. Like previous years also, each and every woman do participate compared to men, and the talking percentage also women really do vote. So I expect all women should vote and men as well. Expecting that this election would be a very clean election, an election for change, and I expect that our state will be in peace. Once again, we got to experience that too.
Wonderful. Meghalaya actually has this distinction where women voters outnumber men voters,
yes.
right? But as far as turnout is concerned, meaning to say how many people actually come and vote, as a woman, do you think that there is something could be done from the side of the CEO that would help more women to come up and participate in the process? What is the difficulty that you think as a woman that women face preventing them to come and participate?
I think there would be nothing that would hinder them to vote. I think the only thing that women are never given a chance to understand what is voting. I think if they were being given a chance to understand what does by voting means to them, I think they will get to understand that voting is not simply voting, but voting for security in the years to come. So I think if that be imparted in them, that knowledge be imparted in them, I think all women would participate. So.
So you mean to say some amount of education?
Yes, they need to be educated, motivated.
Awareness.
Because when you're not giving them an awareness of doing things, sir, they may fail to understand. Maybe because of that lack of education, maybe one of the cause.
Duffy, you want to, from your women's perspective, something more? You want to have an inner experience.
Yes, actually, like you said, ma'am, maybe it's lack of awareness, but do you also think that maybe women with maybe younger children, maybe having toddlers or maybe young babies to nurse, maybe, do you think that is also a hindrance,
maybe
so to say?
That would also cause, that might also be one of the cause. Maybe there's nobody to look after the children, so that may affect them.
Yes,
But
but I
if
think
somebody to look after them, to care for them, I think
Yes,
that
yes.
is a common cause vote.
Would you say that men would discourage the women in the house and say, no need for you to go for it, it's okay, stay at home? Do you think that happens?
I don't think so, because nowadays everyone is being educated.
Right.
Maybe not too high, but at least educated enough.
Right. So nobody is being forced not to go, but it is kind of personal
Good,
sometimes.
yes, personal willingness.
Sometimes they're disenchanted, sometimes they're not interested. And as you said, this time at least there seems to be a lot more
good
effort,
turnout.
good turnout. Yeah. And are you into social media? A little bit?
To social media, sir. I'm a teacher, so to say.
Okay, wonderful. So, but you were with the election department earlier.
Yes, earlier I was.
Right. Lovely talking to you.
Yes,
And
thank you, sir.
congratulations on voting again.
Oh yes,
And
sir.
congratulations for voting so many times.
Yes, but looking for a very secure state, sir.
Absolutely, all of us. Let's pray for the best.
Yes.
Thank you so
the
much.
nation as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, once again, thank you, sir.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Shall I give you that?
Tenga kum ganong iwe na kinong tebur te ngadap la kajing sup kamian na ka bakraw hakabang ayo kabang nganwan hakan ka step ka bamta hakabangin jit kinong mikmat ibanlong kinong yalam ya kari bat kajat benreu ka jongi
ka sibut ke jongi kalang beran kam hidup kata kepala ban penjob ni kon penrem yang kertong bangi jit mentah pe nama kata kadau ngi haban pe ban kmi ba so min ai ka bot ke jongi yo breu pangi ni la ban sania breu pangi ni la ban ni long sia breu bala ban thao ki an man ya kren na pa assembly no ta ba kamyak song ka thao ka dong ka than dong ka konsulsi no ston hi bar ko we
Tenga kum ganong iwe na kinong tebur te ngadap la kajing sup kamian na ka bakraw hakabang ayo kabang nganwan hakan ka step ka bamta hakabangin jit kinong mikmat ibanlong kinong yalam ya kari bat kajat benreu ka jongi
ka sibut ke jongi kalang beran kam hidup kata kepala ban penjob ni kon penrem yang kertong bangi jit mentah pe nama kata kadau ngi haban pe ban kmi ba so min ai ka bot ke jongi yo breu pangi ni la ban sania breu pangi ni la ban ni long sia breu bala ban thao ki an man ya kren na pa assembly no ta ba kamyak song ka thao ka dong ka than dong ka konsulsi no ston hi bar ko we
Mana jauh pun kami hak jari hak mah tapi buat dan mana tahu smart dap ya smart dap ikan mah
Kani kadai kesin menikah mengawas buat mata asmo kemen bat ngadas asmo kemen nomor bang kadajit hoki unong mikmat bang kadai imon
buat usahakan baik ke di nau song Meghalaya orang baik di wan dulu na Meghalaya sana.
Cái thứ anh đi dừng xe về dừng dọn lật từ vót con ngọt là cái này cái
Men do yo wan master ini yo hot kalau kong dan gini pas yang isak mata
okay.
Mat ngamu da tip mat ama India mah as we have the right to vote mah. Ni the first time yo thap vote. Sняwa mat man excited di tangwa nang kong wa memory ong hadu kate ne ba kamu de jo yo man chwa le de jo yo thap vote ke tangwa thap e mot handai tangwa thap saga taga wo ima as Indian mot emi ke taga right wo UGD 1A1 mau mani ucha force mau mani ucha ban be 1A1 as ki khana ki wa tang first time yo thap vote mot emi ke taga hop pot thabi hewan wan ko ai
life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorong, majinsin syarkan plong, banshim benta bantay, kiso babhakin say, Jimmy na rempay ban perkan pa, Ninjit yaga jing embapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. We have with us the DC of East Khasi Hills, Mr. Sadhu. And sir, we have a few questions. Being the DC, you are intimately involved in this entire process. And we see a lot of changes this particular elections in comparison to other elections, the amount of effort that has been taken from the office of the CEO and DEO. Voters' education, the SVEEP program, what are the different activities that have been carried out to educate and popularize the whole process? And I understand mainly you would have two target groups. One is the first-time voters, mainly early college year students, and the other is the class of disenchanted people who, you know, somehow are not coming to vote. So how have you targeted these two groups of people?
So thank you for inviting me to this show. So as you rightly have said, so this time we have focused more on water education. So in two areas, as you rightly said, again new voters, where we encourage them through various modes by organizing various activities, be it democracy, flame of democracy we call it.
Mhm.
We organized across the district to encourage new voters to come forward to vote. This is in collaboration with CEO office and district election office also, so that new voters can be encouraged to come forward and vote. And also
we have taken up the exercise basing on the previous voting percentage, previous voting pattern. We have identified the pockets where this voting percentage was very less. So we have analyzed the reasons, for what reasons this has happened. So we call all these village headmen and other community representatives to us, and we also went there to understand what were the reasons. So in these regions particularly, we focused more in terms of reaching out to those voters, at the same time increasing the water facilities in these polling stations. Though we have assured minimum facilities that we call improved in across this district, but in the specific pockets we give more focus, so that voter who come to vote on the day of poll should not be put at any inconvenience. These are the various measures that we have put, and in identifying the target groups and target pockets of in terms of areas also. This is how we have been working to increase the polling percentage in this election.
Internally, what has been a target? What kind of targets are you achieving as much as percentage is concerned? Last time it was 87.7, 87.9, something like that.
Right. So in even that 87.5 percentage wise also, it is more in rural areas, less in urban areas. So we have these 7 constituencies which are urban or semi-urban kind of constituencies, where our polling percentage is marginally even less than 70%, and even some constituencies it is in 60s, like early 60s. So, and whatever our polling percentage in rural areas compensated for it.
Okay.
So that's this time we are looking at a figures of 92 to 95% of entire district. So rural areas we are expecting to cross 95%, but urban areas also should catch up.
Right.
So it should definitely catch up with the 85% of kind of figures that we are looking at.
What about first-time voters?
First-time voters, as I said, we have clearly identified the first-time voters in terms of mapped also which polling station they are going to vote, and also in collaboration with our CEO office, we are giving like as a mark of encouragement for the first 3 voters or the first-time voters. In each polling station, will get 3 medals as a mark of recognition of their coming forward and vote. So this exercise is being done, and apart from this we have organized various cultural programs, various cultural evenings also, particularly to where we expected more participation of the young voters in these events, so that we gave various presentations in terms of what is the ethical voting and what is their responsibility as young voters to come and vote, and how their future depends on participation in the democracy, and all this have been explained to. That's why I'm expecting better voting percentage and more participation of the young voters this time.
Wonderful. So one question, a little not directly this, but I must ask this to you. One young man came a little while back and, thinking I am from the CEO's office, asked me, there was this Festival of Democracy celebration in State Central Library, and some competitions were held. He asked me, when are the prizes going to be given? If you have a date already, please tell them. Otherwise, where they would know, how to know when the prizes would be given, where to look for the information, please let them know.
So I don't have date now, but they can come to our office, district DC office. We'll coordinate with CEO's office, so that they will get the data and dates and where they can collect. But we will facilitate. District election office will facilitate.
So, questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you've talked a lot this time, I think, this time around in this elections about not really leaving any voters behind. You've really emphasized on that. So, so what are the challenges maybe that you've faced when it comes to these distant polling stations, and how did you, your team, and also the CEO office tackle these challenges?
Challenges, there are 2 challenges. One, in terms of, though urban areas are very nearby, but we have observed, basing on the last election pattern, the urban apathy that we call it, where the polling percentage, as I said in the very beginning, that out of the 6, roughly it comes to around 45% of our entire voting comes under urban or semi-urban areas.
Yes.
So we have focused these areas, and apart from this, in remote areas we see that participation is good, but at the same time, in terms of facilities for the voters in these remote areas is not good. So we have increased our facilities. We have in fact this exercise was started even 3 to 4 months before actual date of poll, in terms of identifying the gaps in all those polling stations with respect to drinking water, with respect to toilets, with respect to there should not, like we ensure that there should not be long queues, so that there are volunteers deployed in the specific polling station to comfort the voters, to make them sit. We have separate lines for senior citizens and persons with different labeled individuals. So these are the challenges, and we are trying to meet this gap. And in terms of polling personnel also, where they have to go to the far-flung areas, where there are many polling stations, our team should walk.
Right.
They are not motorable in the sense. So we have given special recognition to these polling parties, and we have identified the very fit individuals, in fact, who can go and walk. In fact, they have to go downhill and they have to trek uphill.
Yes.
So there is a Hercules task. In fact, on the day of poll today, we see that they had to climb at least 2.5 hours to 3 hours uphill, and from there also they have walked somewhere else, and there only they have motorable point to have their vehicle. So these polling stations and these polling parties, we are taking a good care of them, and we are giving additional porters to carry their EVMs, and also we are recognizing their services in different ways. So these are the various steps, not only in terms of remoteness, even urban areas also we face some problem in terms of voter participation.
Okay, sir. Thank
Wonderful. What are the you must be having some information pouring in now that voting has been going on for some time.
Yes.
So what is the latest information?
Latest I have at around some time back, but because I have been touring entire Shillong,
Right, I can
it was
understand.
around 25 something, but it is some time back. It's not
Okay.
Updated data, but subsequently I can share with the team also.
Surely. And any interesting stories that has come through?
So interesting stories means I have visited some of the polling stations. I have seen a lot of excitement from the young voters. I specifically interacted with them. They were very happy to participate in the elections.
Absolutely.
And I could see on their faces only a lot of enthusiasm. And we have this model polling stations also, and green polling stations with a different concept, and people are appreciating it.
Why don't you elaborate on them, sir? Because we have model polling station, green polling station, we have pink polling stations, and we have one polling stations exclusively managed by PWDs.
Right.
So why don't you just elaborate on this, because this is wonderful.
Yes. So we have these model polling stations across the constituencies. So with a specific objective, so model as the name itself is that model in terms of it should attract voters to come forward and vote, so that we have better facilities there. We have deployed volunteers so that they can comfort voters, particularly senior citizens and people with differently able people, and also where other AMF facilities like drinking water and all of them have set up. And we give also some incentives, some kind of festival atmosphere should be set up in these polling stations. So this we feel that will attract more people to come and vote. And as we speak also, our team is continuously posting and using social media and different forms that these are the model polling stations, so that we can attract these polling stations.
Right.
And these polling stations also have been identified where we saw percentage was less, so that people can be attracted. And apart from this, we have these green polling stations. The concept is that with nature-based items only we set up the decorations and everything. So it is also, as Meghalaya is blessed with plenty of water, and naturally we are also blessed. So we are using our own Meghalaya theme to encourage voters to come forward. And other all-women polling stations, that is pink polling stations, where entire team of polling officers are women only. In fact, there are some women officers who are participating for the first time, but they take it a lot of pride, and they are very much confident in handling elections on their own. So it is a kind of message to particularly women also, that they can handle elections independently with all women polling officials. And
but the security staff are men?
Security staff are women. Security staff also are being deployed.
Okay, wonderful.
Are being deployed. And wherever these women are deployed to different polling stations, we ensure that there should be more facilities without compromising the privacy of the women also. We have taken those measures. And we have this PWD polling station with an objective is to PWDs, persons with disabilities as per election nomenclature. So they should also conduct entirely with the team of PWDs. So that is also an objective. And we have one more polling station with youth managed polling station.
Yes.
So these are all youngsters who joined service recently, and they all go and conduct elections in a particular polling station, they also feel it's a lot of excitement in doing it.
Very enthusiastic.
It's very enthusiastic, in fact. So these are all the various initiatives in terms of involving different categories of our even polling officials, and thereby encouraging voters to come forward and vote. This is
the other aspect that I would like to touch upon is, and ask you more details about, is what special arrangements have been made for the 640 vulnerable polling stations, 323 critical and 84 both critical and vulnerable.
So in our district we have 97 vulnerable polling stations.
Okay.
In our district. So additionally 4 more have been identified based on the feedback from the sector officers and magistrates concerned. So we have 101 polling stations in our district which have been identified as vulnerable due to various reasons, because it could be the intimidation of the voters based on our previous experience, or we anticipate some kind of restriction or stopping of a group or section of voters from some other majority communities there. And also we have also identified, in addition to this 101, 5 critical polling stations basing on the polling pattern in previous elections, where one candidate or one party has gone unduly more votes in a particular polling station. That was the case. So in all these polling stations, apart from what we have done is that one CAPF team has been deployed in all these polling stations to ensure that security is not compromised. In addition to this, in all these polling stations, micro observers have been deployed. So that they can have an additional control mechanism to ensure that nobody is intimidated or stopped from casting their vote. And also all these polling stations have been either webcasted or videographed.
At least 60%. Or these all of them?
So either they are webcasted, or remaining wherever webcasting is not possible because of network issues, they are being videographed.
Okay.
So in these measures are being taken in this polling station.
What are your message to the people who still are on the fence or on the wrong side of the fence?
Yes, so I would like to appeal to all people of the district and in fact entire Meghalaya to come forward and vote. This is an opportunity to participate in a democratic process, and this opportunity will decide our future. So I would like to request all citizens, all individuals, particularly young voters, to come forward and vote and spread this message with their friends and families so that they can also come forward and vote. And this is the success for our democracy.
And their responsibility does not end in voting today.
Yes.
Their responsibility continues through the 5 years
Right.
making their MLAs accountable.
Correct. So this is the one good form of making system accountable to the voters. So this opportunity they should not miss.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much for coming and giving us time.
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shall definitely do it.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, majinsin syarkan plung, banshim benta bantai, kisok babhakin say, jing ni na rempei ban perkan pa, nyin jit ya ka jing yem bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. chim bên ta ban tây khi gió ba phá kiên dày chim mi na rừng bay ban bờ khan hà nhiên chiết ya cả chim em ba pura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, majinsin syarkan plung, banshim benta bantai, kiso babha kinsay, jing mi na rempay ban perkan pa, nyin jit ya ka jing em ba pura. because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, majinsin syarkan plung, banshim benta bante, kisok babhakin say, jing ni na rempei ban perkan pa.
So, Daffy, there is one thing very important about the elections this time, and that is the arrangements that the CEO has done, keeping in view accessibility. And accessibility both for the elderly, the 80 plus, and for the PWDs. So, would you say something about the special arrangements that have been made this time? You were mentioning in the morning what you noticed.
Yes. I think that is very true. I feel like accessibility, I think, has been a main priority, maybe especially CEO, and we had the DC also coming in quite early on. He spoke about the importance of, making sure that no voter is left behind. So I think in that sense, the PWD category, that is the physically persons with disabilities, definitely have more of a challenge, so to say, ahead of them, especially when it comes to voting. So I think we've seen that this time around. First of all, I think you've talked about how one entire polling station is being manned
by PWD. That's in Penursla. Yeah.
Penursla
Mm.
for that particular place.
Mm.
So I think that is one unique feature. And then on top of that, we also have a separate polling station for the leprosy camp. I think that is really
Mhm.
important.
Right.
Particularly. But when it comes to the elderly as well as the persons with disabilities, I think we've been seeing that since morning, that we have these polling volunteers who have been quite active, I think, in helping the elderly
Mhm.
and also
Mhm.
helping these people with disabilities. And then I think we've also seen in many cases that wheelchairs have also been
Provided.
in
Right.
these places. And polling volunteers, I think, have played a tremendous role in trying to
Right.
lead and making sure that
It becomes easier, and the polling booths, the polling stations are more accessible, because in Shillong particularly, you will find very few polling stations where there are no steps. Most of the places, at least a few steps would be there, 2, 3, 4, 10 steps. Some are much worse, we can understand, but a few steps. But for people with disability or people who are aged, even 2 steps matter. And these young boys and girls from Bharat Scouts and Guides, from the NSS, they have all been trained and how to handle elderly people and what is expected of these young boys and girls. They've all been trained to do that. And other than all of these things that you have mentioned, one more thing that has been done this time is for those who have opted to vote from home, particularly those who are elderly, that has happened up to the 25th, right? So why don't you elaborate on that?
postal ballots.
Through postal ballots, I guess. Yeah.
So I think that has also been a really, really good initiative this time.
Hmm.
Again, making sure that no vote is left behind. These officers have been, being dispatched to these places where people can vote.
Wherever, in every home where there is these elderly people or people with disability, so such homes have been visited. Of course, they have to opt for that facility, and these people have been given the option of voting from home. And so, in a way, you would find fewer elderly people and fewer people with disability in the polling stations this time, because a lot of them have already been covered. And that certainly increases, I guess, the number of people voting this time.
Because being especially from the maybe from the persons with disability background, so to say, or elderly people, they have a little bit of that apprehension coming to the polling booth.
Right.
And then even though they would be given preference and not having to stand in huge queues,
Mhm.
but I feel a little bit of that apprehension. So
Certainly, certainly.
comforts of their own homes, I think that
Absolutely, yeah. And viewers, we have collected a lot of visuals, both still pictures and videos, coming from different parts of the state, highlighting the arrangements made by the CEO and the CEO's office to make the elections this time, polling this time, and the polling booths more accessible. Let's have a look at these visuals now. Okay.
jing siang be jing yo lat tu
India mah as a trade mah ni the first time yo tapon siya man excited di wah memory ong hadu kate ne ba kamu di jo yo menchwa le di jo yo thap hape mon le tangwa thap saga daga ko ima as Indian mon let me get it right what mau mani cha force mau mani cha on be hewan as a first time I have one and you have one happy one go ahead.
My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, bajinsin syarkan plung, banshim bentah bantai, kisok babakin say, jing mi na rempei ban perkan pa, nyin jit yaga jing yang bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see.
Arab ibade I General Secretary Senjuk kinong senchar shnong brio nyotrem ti keblish pun ba pila don pila kata kapor ban wan ban ai kini ke interview ti ba ngadon kawi ke jingkli ban kli phi ba hakabaya dei ba kani ka election campaign ka bamenta arhajar arphulai ti kadon em kata ka jing yatri lang pedeng CEO office ne CEO bat ki nong mi khmat jong shnong bat ka experience kalong kumno
naki elections bla lek baro mo kani elections jong arphulai kalong kaba kham karpang hakaba chief election officer ba Freddy Khapmo ila long shisha way naki officers ila panong the best CEO that we have ever met
come across in many years.
Yes, for many years because nakata ba iwan banwa iki shnong iki dot ba shnong di kani kapan I syai kedar ba nadu ka artsantrik jongu January National Voters Day ila invite yangi nakaliang ka sunjuk bat ya barok kirang ba shnong ban ya don lang hantai habba launch ya ka ni ka National Voters Day but hantu ngi ba ki first time voters apo state ni ki poi hadu prapo wei hajar tam di kalong ka ai men sim da ka jing trailang kawan ra ya ka jing ngojan ban ya trailang bat election commission bat ki dor basno bat da ka ba ile untuk iyo ya ka ketika mon ketika diang jong ki dor basno baro no lor kata hagasni Valentine's Day lawan pelong hni apo je siap belum pelong marbalai kadaba kalong ba haka urban area khamtam ya ni ka shlong no ladni pendot kam hak tinong wei kalong mangi kenya ka it's the brain of the society nrai kai ka balong ka ba penlong pa ni kalong balai ka number of voters ka percentage kalong so low ladang ya nujor bat kiwei pat constituency badan hak hapsar dia nak kata kada hotus ni nakaliang jungi nakaliang kesunjuk ku ngila kentu ngila kenpam ya kinong snong bakani kadai ka hok nong kenti ka jonga ka jongpi bang ngim dei ban penlek no ai ya ka weiru ka vote ka jong mar ngim yo ban ya tap vote man lasna sisen sansna but they mangi ki ban rai ya kalawai ka jongi mano ban sinsyar halor jung but ngada kenturu yaki hatus ni ngada ong ba hot ni don la ki jong ki plans ki jong ni has ngi lek tap vote don ki ba ong tong ni lek khwai don ba ong tong ni lek picnic rek pendap chwai kamram no jong
exactly
mar la da phim one ban tap ya ka vote kan ma phim don hok ban khnyum hadir
exactly
markane kade ka hok nam ti ke jong phi but haba phi lek ban je am ban sha thi lek da ka jing pon bor jongno lek da perkhat sani bha shwa ban poi ka tu wasni but ni to kunturu ya ka wei pa ka wei ka long yen kham tam habadan ki khon samla hayin bakum ki me ki pa ki merat ki parat ki kini ni dei ban ya slok bat kini ki khon samla ku jum bakin don ya kata kejingkit kali mentai ya ladi bat namenta kayin kasam bat ya kajat benre mar kam don jumut ba phin ong ba phi jat benre la phim pat nang ban I chwa la de phim nang ban I kayin kasam la jong wat pat perkhat chwe di ngi ba kadon ka impact kani ga long ba kersiu thia ba pun kende lamba kini ki atri ki meeting ba la organize lamba ka office jong chief election officer katar ka benengkong at santre January bat kani ka khatsau tarik jong Febuary ti ngan constituency ka banga ngawan mentan ro manga ha ka Shlong West ti ngai ba ka turn out kala bun shisha tinga khmi lanti khamtam ha ka tinga shlong not ru ba naka san fundai tan ru po percent kan kiu bai ka de ban poi bai ya ka khandai po plus rei ka target hi ka de 100% langi don hi ka jingkit kle it should be 100%.
Kata ka di ka jing kmi linti jong pi bangin ti kala don shisha kata ka jing pher mo ba mo pi on ka
lai i ba ka don shisha kata ka jing rei ka basmasi ka long tang ko wei ba kadang ya keren ba ba Freddy ka ngom balai ba khamtam pi da ka buburam ni ba syong chiki cosmopolitan area mo ni i ba kini ki wei pat ki para nong syong snong ki bom dei trash nong nrei ki don ga ti ki la de dei ban ra go wheelchair ro ra la de dei ban ra go stretcher ro ra la de dei ban ba ro de ban ba oh beit nuk sai ki ne kat ni dang don hang ne sla thai ngim dei ban pam le no ai ya ka vote ka chung mar ka wei ko vote ka nhiều si bon ba mar la ni khain sting mungin nong ta kila ele kat kito Shuai nuksa lakum haslong no da ka voting ka long tang 60%. But 40% ni budget kijit yo kortong ubam niya arpo kijit yo bala. Yan open ka no. Kaya no ila dia.
Exactly.
Badan kam ka dia ta.
Kade.
Ngak mi unti banang ni sakmat kum gajak benre hi. Ngin kendet benre, ngin sim khia ya kalawai jong kayen kesan yung dari bak kecek benre dam ngin jet dak bang perkhat ha om dak ngi sha pon bor ngi sha tit ni ba daga jing sngo henrei ngin dak perkhat ngin dak pusat uno banlong sisa utaw nong khmat jungi nong khmat ubala ban le hay dorbar thawan ban tha iki ai we need a statesman
Absolutely.
Kadi kata banu kong
So I was thinking, so all these efforts have been taken by the CEO's office,
right.
And you have been mentioning that beautifully. You are an elder in the society. You've been seeing so many elections over the past years. Do you see these efforts being fruitful now? You see more people turning out? Do you think the turnout will be better this time?
Definitely. I'm 101% sure that this time, this is a wake-up call. And hats off to our chief election officer once again.
Right.
Through his effort and his coordination with the different Dorbash Nongs, giving them due importance and recognition.
Right.
And also the Sinjok. So definitely this election 2023, I think we will see the growth and the number of the turnout in terms of percentage, especially for Shillong North constituency, which is always considered as the brain of the society.
Right. Exactly. And this was also the region where the turnout had been less.
Yes, yes.
Right.
You see, during the last election, it's really shocking. We didn't expect, especially from the urban areas, when we compare with the rural areas. So we should have been the torch bearers.
Absolutely. Being the urban people being the more educated than the rural.
Definitely.
Exactly.
So how can we blame the people from the rural areas for selecting an unfit candidate when we ourselves, we have not performed our duty?
We have not even participated in the process.
This is our right, and we should participate it, and we should come out in large numbers. In fact, yesterday evening, I was very happy. I was sitting at home. Then my locality is at Golopti. So across my locality, we have another locality known as Lumdingjiri.
Right.
So yesterday, the Rangbashnong of Lumdingjiri, he made an earnest appeal to all the voters of his locality to turn up for today's voting. So I hope in the near future that all Dorbashnong on the pre-election day, that sort of a motivation should be carry it out.
Absolutely. When society wakes up,
Yes,
things
yes,
will
yes.
fall in place.
Right, right, right.
Exactly. Wonderfully put.
Right.
So thank you so much for coming, and thank you
so
for
much.
putting your viewpoints. Particularly because a senior citizen has seen these things over the years and can evaluate the changes that are taking place and evaluate the efforts that have been put, particularly this time. So we are really thankful to you for coming forward and spending your time with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nga kum ganong iwe na kinong buat ngadap ka kajing sup kamian na kabakraw hakabangayo kabanga nganwan hakane ka step ka bamta hakabangin jit kinong mikmat ibanlong kinong yalam ya kari bat kajat banreu ka jongi
ka sibut ke jongi kalang beran kam hidup kata kabala ban penjob ni kon penrem yang kertong bangi jit mentah pe nama kata kadang ya ban pe ban kmi ba so min ai ka bot ke jongi yo breu pangi ni la ban sanya breu pangi ni la ban ni long sia breu bala ban thao ki an man ya kren na pa assembly no tak ba kamyak song ka thao ka dong ka than song ka konstitusi no stoin i var ko we
te nga kum kanong iwe na kinong tebut te ngadap la kajing sup kamian na ka bakraw hakabang ayo kabang nganwan hakane ka step ka bamta hakabangin jit kinong mikmat ibanlong kinong yalam ya kari bat kajat benreu ka jongi
ka sibut ke jongi kalang beran kam hendak kata kepala wan penjob ni kon penrem yang kertong bangi hijit mentah pe nama kata kadau ni haban pe ban kemi ba so min ai ka bot ke jongi yo breu pengi ni la ban sania breu pengi ni la ban ni long sia breu bala ban thao ki anมันya kren na pa assembly man ta ba kamyak jong ka thao ka dong ka thain jong ka constituency nong stoin hi bar ko we
As citizens, we come together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fight our flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear a call to participate. To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. Come choose, cast and celebrate. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for
It's all of us or none of us. Everybody, please get inside the bus. Reasons to believe we can do this today. As long as we move, as we hope and pray.
Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Turn up the volume of your only voice. Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Get it done and stamp your choice. Vote, vote, vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago, to walk the line and vote for sure.
Vote, vote, vote My
to
life's
write a
worth
hope
fighting for.
to dream my
I've understood I
dreams, to
value
right the
you
wrong,
more.
the let
The
us
world
down.
has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the arranging. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Kisah bahagian say Jing mi na rin bay ban berkat ha Nhìn chiết ya da jing em ba pura I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the arranging way. worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorum, bajinsin syarkan plum, banshim bentah bantai, kisok papakin say. That's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see.
As citizens, we come together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
live like one in harmony. Come choose, cast and celebrate. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure.
It's all of us or none of us. Everybody, please get inside the bus. There's reasons to believe we can do this today. As long as we move, as we hope and pray.
Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Turn up the volume of your only voice. Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Get it done and stamp your choice. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure.
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago, to walk the line and vote for sure. Vote, vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, vote, vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, oh, oh,
Vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for Vote for sure.
As citizens, we come together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear the call, to participate. To fly the flag of democracy. democracy, live like one in harmony. Come choose, cast and celebrate. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure.
It's all of us or none of us. Everybody, please get inside the bus. There's reasons to believe we can do this today. As long as we move, as we hope and pray.
Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Turn up the volume of your only voice. Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Get it done and stamp your choice. Vote, vote, vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago, to walk the line and vote for sure. Vote, vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, vote, vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, oh, oh,
Vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for Vote for sure.
As citizens, we come together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear the call, to participate. To fly the flag live like one in harmony. Come choose caste and celebrate. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for sure.
It's all of us or none of us. Everybody, please get inside the bus. There's reasons to believe we can do this today. As long as we move, as we hope and pray.
Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Turn up the volume of your only voice. Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Get it done and stamp your choice. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago. To walk the line and vote for sure. Vote, vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, vote, vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, oh, oh,
Vote for sure. Vote for Vote for sure.
As citizens, we come together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear the call, to participate. To fly the flag of democracy. live like one in harmony. Come, choose, cast, and celebrate. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, vote for sure. Vote for sure. Vote for sure.
It's all of us or none of us. Everybody, please get inside the bus. Reasons to believe we can do this today. As long as we move, as we hope and pray.
Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Turn up the volume of your only voice. Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Get it done and stamp your choice. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, vote for sure. Vote for
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago. To walk the line and vote for sure. Vote, vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, vote, vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh,
Vote for sure. Vote for
My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, majinsin syarkan plung, banshim benta bantai, kisok babhakin say, jing ni na rempei ban perkan ha, nyin jit ya ka jing yem bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. chim benta bante kiso ba pakin say jing mi na rum pe ban per kan pa yin jit ya ka jing yem ba pura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, majinsin syarkan plung, banshim benta bante, kiso ba pakin say, jing mi na rum pe ban per kan pa, yin jit ya ka jing yem ba pura. because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see.
wan chon ne ka buat mentarasi na kata banjir bolong nikmat menjelop ya kesenong tahu ya kejala ya konstruksi berkawai i ba klem benar nikmat ni nampois nasional mata tangi dan kam benar nikmat banyak ram ya kan ya konstruksi ya kejala berkawai.
Ada bora ya kemudian kita ambil retakat nga ya wan tabut ya kebikas ni.
kami hak jari hak mah tapi vote dan mana tahu dah semadap ya semadap ikan mah
Kani kadai kesin menikah mengawas buat mata asmo kemen ngadas asmo kemen nomor bang kadajit hoki unong nikmat bang kadai imon
Jan buat sarkar upai ke di nau sang Meghalaya ora upai ki wan dulu na Meghalaya san
Cái thứ anh đi dừng xe về dừng dọn lật từ vốt con ngọt cái này cái
men kau yo wan master ini yo hot kada kong dan gini pas yang isan kada
okay
mat ngamu tip mat ama India mah as we have the right to vote mah mat ne the first time yo thap vote sняwa mat man excited di tangwa man kong wa memory ong hadu kate ne ba kamu de jo yo man chwa le de jo yo thap vote ke tangwa thap e mat handai tangwa thap saga taga wo ima as Indian mod emi kata right wo imjini one mau mani ucha force mau mani ucha ban be one as ki khana ki wa tang first time ya thap bot mod emi kata hop bot thabi hewan ko ai
te ngakum kanong iwe na kinong thep buat te ngadap la kajing sop kamian na ka bakraw ha ka bangayo ka banga nganwan ha ka ne ka step ka bamta ha ka bangin jit kinong mikmat ki banlong kinong yalam ya kari bat ka jat banreu ka jongi
ka sibut ki jongi kalang beran kam hidup kata bala ban penjob ni kon penrem yang kertong bangi jit mentah pe nama kata kadau ngi ban pe ban kmi ba so min ai ka bot ki jongi yo breu pangi ni la ban sania breu pangi ni la ban ni long sia breu bala ban thao ki an ban ya kren na pa assembly ma ta ba kamyak song ka thao ka dong ka than dong ka constituency no stoin hi var ko we
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago, to walk the line and vote for sure. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow.
Vote for sure.
As citizens, we come together to write our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear the call, to participate. To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. Come, choose, cast, and celebrate. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote for sure. Vote
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago, to walk the line and vote for sure. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote for now, so all of us can win somehow.
Vote for sure.
My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, majinsin syarkan plung, banshim bentah bantai, kisok babhakin say, jing ni na rempei ban perkan pa, nyin jit ya ka jing yem bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice. choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, bajinsin syarkan plung, banshim bentah bantai, kisok babakin say, jing ni na rempei ban perkan pa, nyin jit ya ka jing yem bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, majinsin syarkan plong, banshim benta bantai, kisok babakin say, jing mi na rempay ban perkan pa, nyin jit ya ka jing yem bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to ask, that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. sincharkan plung ban chim bên ta ban tây kiso ba hakin say jing ni na rum pei ban perkan pa yin jit ya ka jing em ba pura I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because as I I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, bajing sincharkan plung, banchim benta bantai, kiso ba hakin say, jing ni na rum pei ban perkan pa, yin jit ya ka because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, bajinsin syarkan plung, banshim benta bantai, kisok babhakin say, jingni na rempei ban perkan ha, nyin jit yaga jing embapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. Because I'm free to choose the way I see. My life's worth fighting for. I've understood I value more. The world has finally come along. I'm here to vote and sing my song. I will make my move against the raging wind. I will make my choice with my own confidence. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go. Makertengkan yorung, majinsin syarkan plung, banshim benta bantai, kisok babhakin say, jing mi na rempei ban perkan pa, nyin jit ya ka jing yem bapura. I'm glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I'm glad because I know the place I want to go. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my might. Enroll my name because that's my right. I want to vote because that's my voice and my might. I am glad because I'm free to choose the way I see. I am glad because I know the place I want to go.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for
Thank
agreeing for this little chit chat. And basically, what we want to know is how easy did you find voting today?
Yes.
Was it challenging? Did you find challenges? Do you have suggestions that could improve the ease with which you could have voted?
No, I must say, to start with, I must congratulate the election office. I must congratulate the chief election officer and all the team that's working with him, because I've been voting for a number of years now, a number of times, and every time I see an improvement. Well, today I was a little taken aback because there was such a big crowd, and I was wondering, was there anything wrong with the management or but then I was told that there's a huge turnover for
Turnout,
this
yeah.
particular thing,
Right.
which I must say has been the product of much, hard work behind to get
Absolutely.
voters to come
Right.
out. So it's been okay. I mean, well, inside the booth, it was all right. Well, I mean, when people come to an unusual situation, you can see a little flurry here and there, but then it didn't take too long. So it was.
Were the
all right.
buttons braille enabled?
Yes.
So you could feel your way through and you knew
Uh,
who to.
No, I didn't dare. I had my escort with me
Okay.
because, see, amongst us persons with visual impairments, braille is a very tricky thing. It's when you touch it, when you touch the dots, because of the situation, because of the, I must say, because of the tension or, the excitement with it, the brain tends to interpret something else. So after I've touched, then I ask my companion to say if I found the right thing, the one I wanted.
Right.
I don't trust these machines,
Oh, okay.
not with ATMs or anything also. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So your companion was with you, and
Yes.
you've been able to
Yes,
successfully
yes,
do it.
yes.
Okay. How much was the waiting time? Were you bothered about the waiting time?
No, not at all. They did come up and asked me if I wanted to, to get all those, what to say, privileges,
Right.
But
Okay.
no, I didn't feel like breaking the line and doing that, because anyway I come with my sisters and all that, so I would have had to wait, and it would have cost too much attention also, and others were waiting. If I can stand and wait, why should I want to break the line, right?
Wonderful, ma'am.
Wonderful.
So, ma'am, definitely you're a source of inspiration, especially for the persons with disability sort of category. And I think this time around, maybe you would have had that choice, like you had said earlier, to vote from home.
Yes.
So,
yes.
What made you come here, ma'am? Like, did you?
No, I didn't really like that thing, vote from home, until I was told I had to sit for this interview.
All right. Okay.
But no, I won't have like that. I won't have like, it's good to be part of with everyone, I mean, you want to be equality, we're talking about equality and all that.
Exactly.
If I can make it here, people are willing to bring me here, what's the thing? But we really did fight a lot for those who find it difficult to get companions, to get even families to be willing to send them here.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this
for
time
them
some
it's
arrangements have been made even for these kind of people. There are poll volunteers. So
Oh yes, that is. But see, this thing goes way deeper. Certain families are not convinced that a person with disability has the right to vote, or that his vote would be of anything. In fact, they would not. They say it's a big display, and people would just talk and all that. So that's why I said with every election there is always a change for the better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you are setting a fantastic example by coming out here and
Yes.
not doing it from home. So many people are going to
Yeah.
watch this and be motivated
Yes.
that if you can, and not only come here, you have preferred to stand in queue with everybody else, not take the privileges which are available for you. And this is really example setting. We salute you for
Thank
all
you.
of this.
Yes, definitely.
No, I brought my braille. My braille. Oh no, my niece has got it. My braille epic card also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful.
So I mean, sometimes you like showing off.
So, ma'am, coming back to what you had said earlier, that maybe there is a lack of awareness or maybe there's a lack of education. Maybe, in the next elections, maybe what are your maybe suggestions that maybe an awareness
How do
program
we
should
target
be held?
these families?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
This is an ongoing thing when we work in the field of disability. Okay? Breaking attitude is the biggest barrier.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, especially when it comes in the family. But when people are educated, when persons with disabilities are educated, they don't listen anymore. And by 18, they have their own minds.
Exactly.
Yeah? So, we don't have to make attempts for making persons with disabilities to come and vote, or families to allow them per se. I would rather that more and more persons with disabilities get educated. Then
Absolutely.
only
That's
it breaks everything.
Yeah. That is kind of the root requirement.
Yes, yes.
Basic
yes,
requirement, and
yes.
every other ill will just move away. Will just vanish.
Yes, but I mean, if I'm allowed to say so, or maybe I'm not allowed.
No, please go ahead.
Like any other, persons with disabilities should not be lured into coming just for the heck of getting a few rupees.
True.
Yes, that is
You
true.
know, that's the danger. So that's where education is more important than getting them out of the houses to vote.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been wonderful talking to you, and you're such an inspiration.
Yes, Thank you.
And I'm
Definitely.
sure, this interview and what you've said and what you've done actually today is going to be an eye opener for so many people. Lovely talking to you. Thank you so much once again.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just take this chair. Okay.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All the
Thank
best.
you.
Yes, thank you so much.
not that even if she had taken it, it would have been any less of her. But then that's what she is. That's what Bertha is. She says, if I can stand there, why can't I stand in the queue and wait for everybody else, just like everybody else is waiting? We have, during the day, been following a lot of women voters, and we've spoken to them. You've seen other videos, other interviews of women voters here at St. Joseph's Convent in Jayao. And we've also taken a lot of pictures of women voters throughout the state of Meghalaya. We have our entire team, and I told you in the morning, there's a host of people working behind the scenes. You might just see me and Duffy on screen, but actually there's a whole host of people working behind the scenes making this happen for you. And none of that would have been possible without these people who you don't get to see. So they have collected a lot of visuals, both still and moving. And here we have a presentation for you on our women voters of today.
Despite hagani ka stage ko nga emada mo mi pitchman wo pin kampi ko hokri ompi ini tete mem cham jing chita mai wona wan hawa mi ana yung du pi au yin lain le poi ni on the spot yot yega right to vote te ite den hi man ki hon ki bu senior citizens it take you complications ga health that hakas kam nga ka who's pregnant and kini ki bru ki disability la wo mi iki jekman upat kam ki ko hak biong ki. That's all. Thank you.
Te kabanikong kum kinong shlong jong ka di India ngi dasmutan kam tama ka ne ka apnyu tarik ka di ka sngi ka ba ngin ka election commission kalabu ban penlong ye ka ne ka jing thap vote ka bangi kum kinong shlong ni don ka hok ka jungi banjit na kam ta kinong sensyal kinong yalam jo ka ri ba gajat ban riu jungi te ngi kermes kam ba u candidate ya ka bangi ngi lajit uban wanra ka jing job uban wanra ru ka jing ki development ki ba pher na kamata kani ka than ka jaka ka jungi kham tam ba uban wanra ru ki lat klimti ba kumno ban penyo kam yo jam kham tam ni ki khun samla ha ka than jungi ba wanra ru kiwi pat ki ba kumno ki bom don ka jing dang jing start ki la man yo ka jing kershan na ka sarkar ba ila banyang ru halaki jongki kejat ke joki tengi dangi scam ba kane ka jing jet ka jongi kinong nong sha jongi kanwan ra ru ka jing hun na ka banta jongi kinong chong shnong kublai shibo
na snyao kami mangre ya ko akon tu ini the one wam house way uri tap ya gani ka bot ko ko dorong ki nga na liang ya ma khna kan ro ko akon tu gi khna kan ro ko li tap bot ki
आज हम लोग मेघालय का वोट देने आए हैं वोट देके बहुत अच्छा लगा आज हमारा देश का ये प्रायोरिटी है वोट हमारे लिए बहुत जरूरी है थैंक यू धन्यवाद एक वोट का भी बहुत कीमती है वोट आप भी बोलो वोट मूल्यवान है वोट बहुत मूल्यवान है वोट देना बहुत जरूरी है देश के लिए बहुत जरूरी है
during the elections to woo the youth particularly, music has been one of the tools that has been used very, very widely and effectively by the CEO. And this is a different approach and a very innovative approach in comparison to the other years. And the CEO has actually roped in two music groups. One is the Somersault and the other is Light After Dark. And both of them have produced wonderful videos and original music to impress the electorate, particularly the young, and so that they come out and join the bandwagon of voters. We have here with us Mr. Kitkupar Shankliang, one of the main members of Somersault, who has created this wonderful video. We'll like to talk to you, but before that, let's have a look at that particular video first, and then we have a conversation with you.
As citizens, we come together to right our hope, to dream our dreams, to right the wrong that let us down. The power of choice in us we found.
To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. To hear the call, to participate. To fly the flag of democracy, live like one in harmony. Come, choose, cast, and celebrate. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Oh, vote for
It's all of us or none of us. Everybody, please get inside the bus. There's reasons to believe we can do this today. As long as we move, as we hope and pray.
Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Turn up the volume of your only voice. Your vote is your voice of freedom. Your vote is your right. Your time has come. Get it done and stamp your choice. Vote, 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 vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we soar. Vote, 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 vote for now, so all of us can win somehow. Oh, 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 vote for sure. Vote for
Hi guys, this is your crazy boy Zach of Red FM, and we have your Kong Suk with us. So Kong Suk, what do you have to say?
When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies. When we do this together, we rise. We refuse to believe in all those lies.
Oh, to finish what we started long ago, to walk the line and vote for sure. Vote, vote, vote for sure. Nothing
So there you are, this wonderful video. There are quite a few aspects to a video. One is the video itself, the visual part of it, the the shooting of part of it. The other is the music part of it. And the first part, I think, when you start off, is writing the lyrics and thinking of the theme so that the message comes through. Because this is a specific purpose and the specific message needs to come through. So please throw light on all of these aspects and who is or who all are behind, one, the lyrics, then secondly, putting it to tune, designing the music, and then the entire team, I understand it is Somersault recording the whole thing, and then again the video part. Yeah. So all of this we would like to know more, because this has been a really wonderful video and it is catching on really. I mean, just now a little while back we were passing through PB, and in PB there is this giant LCD screen and it was playing over there as well. So this is being shown all over this state.
Yes, you precisely because it's not only in Police Bazaar Shillong, but it is also in Tura and a few other places where DIPR has put up all those screens. It's been a labor of joy for us to have been working with the CEO, and first of all I'd like to congratulate him and his team for the kind of heart and smart work that they've put the way it is now. But talking about the song.
But one sec,
Yeah.
there's something I forgot to mention to all our viewers. Somersault has been identified as the
state
election icon. Now that is something, state election icon, and it is with that platform that you get to do this.
Yes, and I think in 2018, that started in 2018.
Right.
And we wrote a song called Tarak Tak Tak Din. So over these 5 years, we've had a very close relationship with the office. So we've sort of understood better about the verticals of the Election Commission of India.
Right.
For example, this year they have the 6 wheels of democracy, which is youth, persons with disabilities, women, senior citizens, EVM, VVPAT, and ethical voting.
Right.
So having studied all the 6 wheels of democracy and delved into it, so the lyrics come very natural to us. Partly because we've done this kind of work before with other entities as well. But yes, I think this piece, Vote for Sure, it besides the 6 wheels of democracy, it's also trying to address the issue of voters' apathy.
Right.
Because for obvious reasons, the youth of today have been misinformed and misled to believe that the electoral process found in democracy is not working. But when we come to think of it, if as a country we've decided to embark on this journey and take up vehicle called democracy, this vehicle is not perfect, right? Maybe punctured tires and all of that, but then you just don't decide to just abandon the vehicle. So, and that's why there's a line in the song that says hop inside the bus. And it is all of us or none of us, because if you look at democracy, the way it was designed so that it's not for one person, right? It's not for say 60% or for 40% or for 70%. It has to be 100% participation for democracy to work, and for each one of us as citizens of this country to make a difference politically, socially. So all of these thoughts, there's a back and forth process as a team and as a band. And then not only that, we've also collaborated with the names of Meghalaya when it comes to music, like Meba Ophelia, and the other person is Walam from Light After Dark, and they are state election icon for disabilities.
Right.
And we've got Daryl Dengdo, and we've got this band from Nokpante, Mikhail, his name is Mikhail. So he's come from the other side of Meghalaya, which is Tura. So it's basically a collaborative effort, and the song is what it is, because of there's so many convergence of ideas and creativity. Inclusive. It is inclusive. So yes, when it comes to the video, if you've looked at it, we've used this bus,
Right.
which is very, it's the image of Shillong, and it's the image of Meghalaya in a way.
Absolutely.
So we've used this bus, the Smith bus, and the idea is again inclusiveness. So
And you're asking people to hop into this
hop
bus
in.
of
So
democracy.
therefore it's a call song.
Right.
Not a theme song really, but it's a call song that's really inviting people. So smart effort by the CEO Meghalaya and his team to have actually used the bus and to call for people to say, let's hop in and let's mount up and let's unite, for this democratic practice called elections. And but for us it's been very purposeful, and we look forward to more innovation working with similar projects like this, if not with the CEO, maybe with other entities. And this is such a noble cause. We're talking about participation in making the future of our state and the future of each one of us. So yes, and I think that sitting here at the polling station and part of this live feed, I should thank you. And great that they have selfie booth and it's looking very alive.
Yes.
And the voter turnout also has been very good. That gives us so much joy, because the fact that we wrote the song is to tackle voters' apathy as well, and to see the reverse of that, and you see that kind of response by the people is something which brings a lot of purpose to us as a band.
Absolutely. You have a question?
Yes, the way you talked about how the bus becomes a symbol, so to say, to call people in, and then how it becomes a symbol of inclusivity also, I think, inclusiveness. So what are the other activities that you're engaged with when it comes to the CEO, the office of the CEO?
It has been mostly voluntarily, except for the song that we wrote and the expenses there. But for us, it's been very voluntarily to understand the kind of mentality that the voters have, and so we've had to study all of that. So usually when you talk about musicians, it's like pick a guitar and play a song, but there is a lot of intellectual process that has to happen, a lot of research that has to happen, and to form that in that and package it in that 5 minute time is something challenging. But I guess if you've done it for many times, it comes to you naturally as well. So yes, if you've seen because we've had to study, like social media, what is the CEO social media pages, whether it's Insta or Facebook or Twitter, or what is happening. Commission of India, before we write any song, before we do any work, So very interesting that you see this convergence of messages and branding of ECI, and together with other CEOs of other states. So we've had to learn from other CEOs and other pages of other CEOs as well. So yes, they produce videos, creatives like standees, road shows, and I think they've given their 110% to make sure that the citizens response is good, as citizens understand duty and responsibility. So I hope that this election, the turnout will be good, and we will therefore be able to elect the leaders that we deserve.
That's true.
You're also otherwise involved in organizing road shows for the CEO.
Not directly, but we've had to work along with people who organize, because there are times when we perform there, and there are times when we chip in ideas. So basically, besides being the professional artist working with the CEO, we also always had at the back of our mind that we're working with him as a citizen, a group of citizens.
Right.
So it's basically community government or official relationship that we've had. At the same time, there is a professional line also that we have to sort of follow. So, but it's been very interesting.
I'd like you to end with one or two lines, the catchy lines from your from that song.
From the song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vote for sure. Nothing like voting together we saw. Vote for now. so all of us can win somehow. With that,
Lovely.
you know, I would like each and everyone. It's 4 o'clock now.
Almost, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
almost,
4, 5.
and I think the queue is still there. So I believe in every polling station where the queue is still on, the polling station has to open. So there is still time for you to go to the polling station even now and cast your vote.
Exactly.
Don't complain if you don't vote.
Absolutely. Lovely talking to you, and that's a
Thank
beautiful
you
message.
very
at the
much,
end.
Rahul. Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Rafi.
and it's such a lovely way to end the day.
Yeah. The song.
Thank you, thank you.
With a song. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
covering women voters, senior citizens, and now we want to take you to another aspect of voting today, and that is the youth. A lot of young people, this time almost a lakh, just under a lakh actually, 89,000 new voters have been enrolled. And throughout the day, and you would have seen that also in the morning when you had gone for voting, and here as well at St. Joseph's Convent, where we are doing this live feed from. A lot of young boys and girls have been here, and our teams from all over the state have been collecting still shots and videos and been talking to them how they feel and what their response is, and all other aspects of voting for the first time perhaps. So here you are, here's a video we have put together with all the material that we've collected from all over the state, just for you.
constituency. Thì vì chém mà tao con tu gì xăm lắm á, thì chắc chắn tao hỗ trợ cái nó chắc chắn tao phải cái đó cái pisa cái mà tao phải cái cái chính start của mình pro của mình cái chính kerja kamu hay cái power word đó mà tentang itu yang itu nih.
Kemen akan kapur bang ayok lat bankas kabu jonga kham tam bang ayok jit mo nong mi khmat na banta tani ka than ka jongi kham tam na bantang ni ki samla na banta ka roi ka par jong ka than ni bar ko we bisbu
te kene por sngo kemen wa ka apai kene ka por banta mo man jit ki nong mi khmat kham tam bangin yo shai ki nong mi khmat ki ban sa pen keladur ka snong ka thau te ko bat ka jing kerman jungi rok bangin yo hi ya kita kiba ya kari ka jaj benreu kan mangi kum ki khun samla la dan kam shisha ya kiban prat lenti ya ni ki khun ki samla pan yo ya ka development haki liang beper nomor kalawe jong kari ka jaj benreu ka song hangi ki samla te kum ngir ni ai jingkerman ni ai ka jingkersan barok ki candidate ba kilong kita kiba mi shana do kamensim ban ai jingerap yangi kumangi mentah mila ya kersan to keningot ki kandidat do mentah kari kajai beri jungi kowe
langi sokman sibon ya nak mentah kan ikas ni ya kabangi kumkiong thapot jongka jalami kliahi berkowe ni yo kan kalapan thap ya kala jong kebot hagi polling station ki paper pan nak yang jonga malah dapat thap ya kebot jonga pan ngaker men skamba kertong ya kabanga kersan usaya kecing jopat ini ka cing kersan coba ya kertong bang kermen bang sen jopat bah saya long kumuna MLI coba nostalgia konstitusi bah ini kermen skam hapok kecing yalam kejong ini saya ya karoi kapar di papun kom hak beri baca imlang kesalang hapok jongka dong kataji berapa Facebook
tena kalian jonga kumuwi naki nong seksyon jo kam Meghalaya kam pam e nostalgia konstitusi asoban kerpat yaki pajba kam samla bungin jet yo breu buyu ijingai budan kajing kermen nam takalawe jo samla kikun kiti ba lengba kajing jet jongi mata kanong nam tasan sinem ba ngini ono mikmat bela sya banwara e karo kapar kajing mutoy jo samla jo ni gatong katai.
So there you are, all inked and proudly displaying their ink. And while all of this was going on, I had this massive opportunity to go and talk to the person at the helm of affairs, the CEO. Here's the interview with the CEO on D-Day. We have with us the CEO of Meghalaya, Mr. F.R. Karkumar. And sir, polling began at 7 a.m. today. We'd like to know what are the latest updates and what's the trend?
Yeah, so polling has started very briskly from the time that the polls, started. As we know that the poll timings are from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. So they started with the with all the polling parties, clearing their mock polls,
Right.
so that to sort of, as a kind of a diagnostic to check
Yes.
whether the EVMs and the VVPATs, they are poll ready or not.
Yes.
And so by 10 a.m. we receive updates that the polling percentage is about 10.54%, and then gradually at 11 it had climbed up to 26.7%, and just the latest update is that the poll percentage was about 44.73%. Of course, there are quite a few polling stations from which we are still yet to receive updates because of the lack of connectivity. So we have about let's say about 183 polling stations, 184 rather, polling stations where the polling percentage, where the polling might continue beyond 9 p.m. And we have another 400.
You mean beyond 4 p.m.?
Yeah, beyond 9 p.m. also.
Oh, okay.
Beyond poll continuing. In the sense that they will come back. The polling parties will come back beyond 9 p.m.
Beyond 9 p.m.
And where polling will continue beyond 4 p.m. it's about 450 odd.
Wow.
Yeah. So these polling stations are those polling stations from which the information is still to flow in. So these updates are the ones that we've just got from the polling stations that have just given these poll updates.
Right.
Yeah.
And the people of Meghalaya are out to vote the 11th legislative assembly in the state. And the process has just started, but it's a long way before you can heave a sigh of relief.
Definitely.
When did the preparation start, and since when are you having sleepless nights?
Well, our preparations go, a few months back. Right from October, November itself. Even before that, we had the summary revision.
Right.
Because we had to, sort of call out to people to enroll themselves. As you know now, the total, poll going electorate was 21,75,000 plus, but because of that one seat where the contesting candidate passed away, so in those 63 polling stations, they will not go to the polls.
Right.
So because of that, now the poll going electorate will be about 21,40,000 plus. So preparations had gone back a few months earlier, where the enrollment, the summary revision was there, and then getting the teams ready, getting the district teams ready, then managing the various logistics, then the voter awareness, and a slew of other enforcement measures. Because once the MCC kicks in, then you have many enforcement measures, seizures, enforcement measures.
And it's been a record seizure this time.
This time, yes, we've had record seizures. In fact, the latest updates that I have with me is that the seizures as of yesterday was about 74.16 crores.
Wow.
Almost 25 times more than the previous seizure in 2018, which cash component was about 8.7 crores. And drugs, of course, was huge. Drugs and narcotics was about 35 crores. So I would like to highlight that yes, during this period of the elections, there's been a salutary effect on the war on drugs. These enforcements that are in place by the Election Commission have actually contributed a great deal to to this effort on this war on drugs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if you look at the past numbers, we notice that the polling percentage is much lower in the urban areas than in the rural areas. And somehow you need to enthuse the urban population to come out and vote. A lot of efforts have been taken. One particularly this time are the poll volunteers. Would you just elaborate a little more on the poll volunteers?
Yeah, so as you know, in 2018, our overall poll percentage was 86.90.
Right.
Which is fairly healthy, even by national standards. But we are aiming to touch 90% at least this time. And we had identified about 300 polling stations where the where the voter turnout was less than where it was less than 90, where it was less than the state average of 86.9. And so we had launched a mission project called Mission 300. These 300 polling stations. So we've interacted with the headmen and with the Rangbashnongs and the Sengsamlas and the Sengentheis to sort of ensure that these localities, they get sensitized about the need for them to sort of pull out all the stops to ensure that their voting percentage climbs up to about 90% plus. Then poll volunteers, which you just mentioned, this time we've also roped in poll volunteers, mainly drawing in from youth organizations like Bharat Scouts and Guides, like NSS, and also the NYK, and in areas where the presence is not there, with the social welfare department and so on and so forth. So these efforts are on, and the poll volunteers have also contributed, as we see in the pictures and the visuals of today, that they were there to help senior citizens and people with disability to get priority voting, and they were there to sort of assist. So just to make it a bit more interesting for them, we also had a tagline called #GoAssist.
Yes.
Yeah. So those were some of the measures that contributed, and also I must touch on home voting.
Absolutely, I was coming to that.
Yes.
Yes, please do. Please do tell us. Yeah.
So this time a new measure was there, which is home voting.
Yes.
And which is not there in the previous elections. So we had sent out this message that that any senior citizen above 80 or person with disability could apply for through Form 12D. He or she could apply to do home voting. So on a particular date, our teams would go to the homes of the senior citizens and the people with disability, and they would pick up their postal ballots.
Right.
So that that contributed to the ease of voting of a lot of people with disability and a lot of the senior citizens. So because they could vote from the comfort of their homes without standing in queues and without having to face challenges of going physically to the polling station.
This entire process would not have been possible, certainly without the voters. If they don't turn out, the entire exercise fails. But other than that, this polling personnel, this is an important part of this entire process. What message do you have for them?
Yeah, so it's like someone said a few weeks ago. He said that the entire election process it's like a movie, right? And you have and in every movie you have a director, you have a producer, and you have actors. But the most critical part is the audience.
Absolutely.
Without the audience, the whole effort goes in vain. So the voter is the heartbeat of an election process, and the polling personnel are the central actors. So we have about 19,000 plus polling personnel, drawn from the category of presiding officers, first polling, second polling, third polling. So we salute their tireless efforts. They are the foot soldiers of democracy.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, this time one poll official, met with an unfortunate accident and passed away. And we salute the dedicated efforts of the polling officials who have in the past 2-3 days braved inhospitable terrain, geographical challenges, and also they have trekked through steep hillsides and gone down stony trails and crossed mud swollen rivers and marshes, and the geography of Meghalaya.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So they have all contributed to a large extent in ensuring that no voters left behind.
Exactly, and there are polling stations with just 35 and 34 voters, and you have a whole system set up for them.
Right. There's this very interesting polling station called Kamsing, which is one of the 2 riverine polling stations of our state, where you have to travel by boat to get to that particular polling station. And there are some polling stations in South Garo Hills where polling parties have to trek about 8 kilometers to get there, and some have to trek about 4 kilometers, and there are some in which they have to even brave, the wrath of elephants.
Yes.
So we have polling teams which also are safeguarded by forest guards as well as the police. So there are all kinds of challenges.
One thing that we see this time when we go to any polling station is this festive look. This has never happened before. It's really, this festival atmosphere, and they say it's a festival of democracy. Really, when you go to any of these, the balloons that are put up, the shamianas that are in a colorful, bright, absolutely neat and tidy and clean, a lot of expenditure has gone into this. Would we know an estimate of the total expenditure for these elections?
So these are all efforts to ensure that we are able to have a voter-friendly atmosphere, and as envisaged by the Election Commission, they've asked us to have voter-friendly atmosphere in the polling stations. So we have model polling stations, we have green polling stations, we have all women managed polling stations,
Pink.
we have pink polling stations, we have youth managed polling stations. So
And you have one PWD managed as well.
And one PWD managed
Yeah.
polling station as well. Though we don't have that many PWD personnel in the government, because we need to have government people to run these PWD. And they have to be drawn from the government service. So we didn't have, but in any case, these arrangements are what we do is we give a budget to the deputy commissioners, and they meet it out of that budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any total amount we could?
That I would not be able to give you the total amount, because it would differ from district to district.
District to district, poll to poll, poll booth to poll booth.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
wonderful. Okay. Now the bulk of the electorate come from the rural areas, and as you mentioned, some of them come from very difficult areas as well. So right from preparing for the electoral rolls to today, a lot of preparation, a lot of work has gone in. So what are those steps that has gone into ensuring that there's a greater voter turnout?
So the rural areas traditionally they come out in large numbers, and they are very enthusiastic about voting. Women are very enthusiastic about voting. I mean, the women in fact outnumber the men even in the electorate.
Right.
For example, the poll going electorate, out of the 21,40,000 that we have now, women number 10,81,000, much more than the male counterparts of 10,59. So even you see the queues, I mean, women dominate.
Yes.
So we try to use music to a great extent to try and woo the voters to come and vote. And we have our state icons, the Somersault, who have come out with a very beautiful video called Vote for Sure. They have an assortment of artists from across the region, from the Garo Hills and from Khasi Jaintia region, and they've come up with a very peppy and with a very engaging music video that I'm sure will appeal to the young people. We have a number of young voters this time, 81,44,000. I mean, about 81,000. Yeah, about 89,000. 19 years, 89,564.
Right.
Close to a lakh.
Yes.
So we're sort of appealing to them through these music videos, and also through the social media, and also we're awarding them these medals. For first-time voters, we are also awarding them medals, and of course, first 5 early voters also we are sort of recognizing them with medals, and which were seen and which were evident this morning in all the polling stations.
One last question. As with regards to the SVEP, the Systematic Voters Education Program, I can understand you would have 2 target groups. One is the first-time voters, the early college students, and the other is the disenchanted group.
Right.
So what real approaches have been taken to target these groups?
So the so-called disenchanted groups are mainly in the urban areas.
Right.
So what we call urban apathy. And this is a phenomenon that is not only exclusive to Meghalaya, but it's spanning the rest of the country. So here we have basically done a lot of engagement with the localities. As you know, in Shillong, it's divided into various shnongs.
Right.
And there's a Rangba Shnong and his Darbar, and there is the Senkinthai, which is the women's group, and there is the Seng Samla, which is the youth group. So we worked actively, we've consulted with them, and we've engaged them as stakeholders, and right from enrollment, and we've also put out the message that voting is your right. It comes only once in 5 years, and it's also your duty.
Right.
Because if you want a better government, if you want an active government, if you want a proactive government, you need to come out because this is your chance to choose your own leadership.
Exactly.
And you need to get your finger inked.
Yes.
And you need to ensure that you come to the polling station, you choose, you cast, and then you celebrate your franchise.
Absolutely. And then make the person accountable for the next 5 years.
Exactly. And since you had a stake in choosing your leader, so he is accountable to you.
Absolutely.
And if you don't make your vote count, then others' vote will count more than yours.
Exactly. They will have a higher
Yes.
say, more say.
Exactly.
And you lose your say.
Right.
Thank you so much for talking to us.
Right.
It's been wonderful to get your views.
Thank you.
And the word on the ground has been a lot of praise for the work that you have done. People have been coming, that the fact that you have met with the Rangbashnongs, they are coming and mentioning these things, and they're very happy with all the efforts that have been taken from your office, personally by you and your office. And they also mentioned that over the years, particularly the senior voters, they said we have never seen this kind of effort ever before this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this.
I mean, credit goes to the entire election machinery. I'm just the team captain, but a captain is nothing without his players and without the foot soldiers, because they are the ones who do the invisible work, at the field level. And I think salute to all the foot soldiers of democracy and to my entire team for making humble attempts towards making it a more voter-friendly election and a more engaging election, and hopefully more participatory, election. And we are all in this effort together to ensure that no voter is left behind.
Absolutely.
Right.
Thank you once again.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
There you are, the conversation with the CEO and all about the elections on D-Day. And it's been a wonderful day. The weather has been fine. The weather gods have been merciful on us, and the turnouts have been good. Here it is all empty now. We are, as I said earlier, at the St. Joseph's Convent polling booth, and there is no queue anymore. I can't see anyone waiting. And so it's time to sign out. Duffy?
Yes, it has indeed been, I think, a very rewarding experience interacting with everyone.
True.
And seeing the turnout today has definitely been a bonus, I think.
Yeah.
And I think, like Rahul had also said earlier also, that this is a collective effort.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been able to been possible if without the collective effort of everybody, even behind the scenes. So.
True.
Yes,
And it's been lovely having you as co-host, Duffy.
Thank you. Feelings mutual, sir. Thank you.
All right, then we sign out from here and have a wonderful evening. And thank you for participating in this celebration of democracy. And we are looking forward to the 2nd of March to know what the people have willed today. Bye-bye, signing out. It's Rahul Chatterjee and Duffy.
Thank you.